comes short to Kamal. Ali Madan curls it in. An effort. Wayward, closer to the corner flag. Came from left back Walid Al-Hayam.
Yeah, Kim Pan-gon just wants them to, I think, keep a better defensive line with the delivery that was played in. I really like what he's done with this Malaysian side in the time that he's been there. Really progressive style of football, and the players are encouraged to hang on to it, to play under that pressure, and go back to that belief that they can challenge the best on the continent. And so important that the players have the trust of the coach. It gives you so much confidence out there on the pitch, knowing that he's allowing you to hang on to it in certain areas, to find the routes forward, to try and progress the ball when you have it, try and play it through the lines if you can.
Difficult at the moment there. That's good defending. There was no short ball in to play there for either Dion Cools or Dominic Tam. And Antonio Pitti led Saudi Arabia in the 2019 Asian Cup. Not been in charge long. Coach has changed very, very quickly in this part of the world. Arif Ayman gets to the byline. Is asking for a free kick. It looked like there was a hand in the base of the back by Walid Al-Hayam.
That's a smart run from Arif. Just that diagonal movement from that right-hand side, cutting across that defence. It can be difficult for the opposition backline to pick him up if they're not communicating it. Get that movement in between the lines or in behind the opposition defence. That's how you try and disrupt the structure of the team you're up against.
Dominic Tam beaten in the air. Good play by Al-Hashash. Al-Hashash gets the byline. He's going for the near post, and Sihan had to be alert.
Yeah, alert at the near post there, Sihan. Well, you'd expect Bahrain to have a bit more possession in this one than they did against Korea Republic. They were playing more on the counter-attack, more on the transition. But Malaysia also showing here that they're quite happy to hang on to it.
Shamakuti. So pokes in. Mohamed Al-Hardan at the defensive work.
Well, Al-Hardan being the slightly more technical of the two in central midfield for Bahrain. He'll be the one who will try and receive from his defenders, who will try and get the tempo of the game going for Bahrain in those positions. Long throw to defend here.
It's not a vast amount of height for Malaysia to aim for. But Dominic Tan is up there. Went a long way and breaks the Dion Cools. Can't keep the shot down.
You can see exactly what he thought of his own effort there. Dion Cools just falling to him. Couldn't quite get. He's being put under pressure. Close down the space for that shot of Cools.
First half chance then to Malaysia. Bahrain have won all the long balls going forward at the moment. That might be a concern for Kim Pan-gon. And again, that's what Dion Cools as sweeper is there for. Little push that time from Arif.
I'm really liking this. Sorry, Des. I can't hear myself, almost can't hear you at times. Such as the noise here in this ground. I was just going to say, I'm really liking the setup here tactically. I think with Arif being allowed to push on a little bit more, he's got Davis in behind him, which gives him a little bit more defensive security, so he doesn't have to worry too much about it. I think he's at his best when he's in advanced areas. He's such a talented young player. He's got that game-changing quality for Malaysia as well. They need to try and find him in those advanced areas of the pitch.
Pressure from Arif. Comes out to Mohamed Al-Hardan. Pings it over. Davis was on the wrong side. Did well to get back, and then Shamakuti just gets a touch. He's recovering from a horrible injury, Shama. It's a good ball in though. Faisal Halim's got pace. So has Hardam.
Well, that's the thing about playing at this level. We know Faisal Halim is quick, and so are the players in this competition. Just stepping up, coming up against some of the top sides on the continent.
9 of the starting 11 for Bahrain are home-based in the Bahraini League, which has taken a break for the Asian Cup. Dominic Tan. Right, that's a warning. So Levert Corbinong's had a warning. Dominic Tan's had a warning.
You know, you're quite a fan of this referee, Des.
I think he's great. He talks to players.
Yeah.
Such a difference.
Yeah. I think it gets a lot of respect from the players as well when you've got a referee like that. Not quick to bring the cards out. Understands the context of the occasion very well. Has a good feeling of the game.
Al-Aswad dropping very deep. Bahrain will want to get Al-Aswad into better positions as Moses is closed down. Nigerian born, but now very much Bahrain international setup as Dominic Tan just leads in. Use of the shoulder on Ali Madan, who's a marked man. Here's Mr. Madan.
And he's so good in these situations where he's able to run at the opposition defence. Dominic Tan, just a bit of a step on the calf of Madan as well. 2 fouls in quick succession. Referee again showing some leniency.
Saad Mahdi. Madan in that little space in between the lines. Looks for the give and go. Cool steps in. And looks for Arif Ayman. Arif, amazing dribble. Just ran into traffic though. And Moses Atedi can pick up the pieces for Bahrain. Through on the far side is Jassim Mahoun. Malo Jazoué. Loses out. Mohamed Adal can come forward. Again, looking for the switch out wide left to Jassim Mahoun. Davis has to be careful. Wilkin beaten to the punch by Hashash, who's a big, solid striker.
Well, Hashash just looking to pin himself against Cools, trying to hold off that back line of Malaysia, giving spaces to his teammates, the likes of Kamel and Ali Madan, just able to operate off that big centre forward, that target man. You can see there's so much movement from Bahrain's midfield, just looking to link up this quick give and goes.
Moses. Davis in there quickly, Shamakuti. Looking very dangerous when they get in between the midfield and the back five. Dominic Tan has to be careful and puts the ball out safely under pressure from up.
Quite a few spaces in between the lines here, Bahrain. Playing in some dangerous areas centrally. They'll try and play through the middle. Seen Ali Madan take up some great positions in those half spaces. Just off the shoulder of Shamakuti. Just have a look off your screen, off the right-hand side of your screen. You see the number 7, Moses as well, pushing forward into that almost number 10 role.
They are just finding a couple of meters of space. The first touch is good, and it is causing consternation defensively for Malaysia. Lutfala thumps it forward. Cools underneath it. Shama only finds Al-Hashash. Ali Madan. He looks to his left. Moses gets there first. Ali Madan. Just out of play, Mohamed. And it's Ali Madan, the number 7, who's causing problems for Malaysia, just finding little pockets of space.
We're getting into some really good areas. He's not looking to stretch out wide. He's dropping into that half space on their right-hand side, as I mentioned, and just leaving the width for Adel to occupy. The thing that Kim Pan-gon would probably be worried about, though, is the ease at which Bahrain are able to pass it through in those central midfield channels. And again, Al Hardan, look at the space that he's got to try and operate in. Gets behind that line of press.
Ali Madan once again. Corbinong wants assistance from Faisal Halim. This is Mohamed Adel. Madan, little reverse pass. Taken on by Kumail Al Aswad. Pools can clear that, but it's going to come straight back at Malaysia. Moses. Little luck with the bounce, Moses. Al Aswad. Adel. First corner of the game won by Bahrain, who are on top in this opening 14 minutes.
They're starting to really show the difference in class, the difference in quality. You can see them moving it along nice and slick. It's very quick. Malaysia having to just try and deal with the tempo of the play at the moment.
Four to aim for in and around the penalty spot. Madan will curl this one in. Instead, he'll go short to Al Aswad. Al Hardan. Long way out and a long way over for Hazza Ali. Hasn't scored an international goal yet.
Yeah, and I think we just saw why. I don't think it was the best in terms of decision making from Hazza. Just hung on to it, really. Taking a really special strike from that position. Cause problems for Malaysia.
Two balls on the pitch. And Antonio Pitti. Bahrain's glory time was the 2004-2006 period. Came so close to making to the World Cup finals. Faisal Halim for Malaysia. Faisal to Paulo Josue. Arif Ayman, great save.
Good quick pass forward, just that direct ball over the top here. Well won in the air by Corbinong. Just couldn't sort his feet out quick enough. Syed Madi Bakar. He's got the right idea here, Arif. He's got lots of red shirts in front of him. He tries to place it. A decent pace on that shot as well. It's a good save by Lutfallah.
Josue's left foot. Malaysia's first corner. Curls in. Lutfallah takes it. Very good save. Low to his left, Arif. Went for placement rather than power.
Just with the side foot, attempt at a finish there from Arif. That was good from Malaysia. They've been under pressure.
Ali Madan down the line, Adel. It's playing into space very nicely. It's a good combination between Ali Madan and Mohamed Adel.
Doing a lot of their work down this right-hand side in the early stages of this one, Bahrain. Haven't yet seen Marhoun really get involved in the action. Out over on the left. He was heavily involved in that game against Korea Republic.
Flag up for offside. Here's the earlier effort. Could it be a better pass to Paulo?
Yeah, this is just behind him a little bit, perhaps. Paulo Josue just couldn't quite adjust. But good work from Malaysia. That long ball forward, one in the air by Corbinong. Really set them up for that opportunity. You can see again what Arif Ayman was looking to try and do, just place it in to the bottom corner.
Sihan's long ball. Adel is there. Al Hardan is almost playing as a virtual right back. Because the full-backs are getting forward, predominantly down this right side. Corbinong, well, a half chance accrued from an earlier long throw from Lebert Corbinong. Strong header. Davis. Shamakuti. Couldn't afford to lose it there. That will be a yellow card. And that was slack from Shamakuti. When you're the last man, Rhys Roshan-Rai, you cannot afford to take risks.
That was too easy, too sloppy from Shamir. Taking too much of a risk there in that situation. On the Southeast Asian level, perhaps it's something too smart, too clever for that.
Yeah, there's confidence and there's that.
A bit naive, perhaps. Well, he was making a run there, Marhoun. From out to in, off the left-hand side.
Looks to play Faisal. Faisal's got Said Mahdi around him. Jazue looks for Arif Ayman. It's a beautifully shaped pass, just a couple of feet too far ahead of Arif.
Great ball from Jazue, nice run as well. He gets his head up quickly, puts it in a very good area. Nice and pace and whip on that, just fortunately for Malaysia, Arif couldn't get on the end of it. But making some headway.
Jazue, one of the naturalised players for Malaysia. Born in Brazil, but very much part of the furniture at Kuala Lumpur City. Who made it to the final of the AFC Cup in 2021. Very much on the back of Jazue's goals. Marhoun trying to get the better of Davis.
Uses his body well there, Shamir. Just gets in the way. Nice bit of defending.
Trying to play in the channels for Arif. Walid is over. Arif tries to get the ball over from the impossible angle. And Antonio Pitti is pacing the technical area in front of our commentary position.
I think you're already seeing the benefit of having Arif Ayman positioned further up the pitch. Exactly where I want to see him. And causing issues for Bahrain already with his pace and his willingness to run in behind it. Directness of his play is just so difficult to deal with.
Fala, miskicked that, went a long way. Arif tried to show physicality, Walid Al-Hayam just brushed him off. But it has broken. Stuart Wilkin, but referee said it's a foul against Malaysia. Don't think it's Arif who was penalised, it was the next ball in. Arif tried to be physical there, Rosh, and he came up against a brick wall called Walid Al-Hayam.
Yep, just a mismatch physically there. But credit to Arif Ayman, looking to try and put himself about. Starting to string together a few attacking moves here, Malaysia. Starting to grow into the game in an attacking sense.
Earlier on today, Jordan 2, Korea Republic 2. Jordan top of the group, 4 points. Foot was high. Abdullah Al-Hashash coming in.
Shamir just able to get it away from Al-Hashash, who was leading with his studs. He's going to be whistled for a free kick.
Malaysia trying to play out from the back, but as soon as there was a little bit of pressure, Sihan goes long down the line. Possessional stats, 2/3 in favour of Bahrain.
Well, that's fine, that's fine. Don't mind that at all. It's all about what you do with the possession. We saw with Iraq against Japan, they were very happy for Japan to have a lot of the ball. It didn't allow them to really get into dangerous areas, or cause them too many issues.
Davis is in there. Arif, offside.
Yeah, I mean, that was a lack of awareness there from Arif. Good work from Davies, just to step up, cut out that pass. Yeah, that's a poor one. Bahrain do very well just to hold their line. Arif with his back towards that defensive line.
It's a very settled back line that Bahrain have put in play over the last few months. But it is a team that's being built by Juan Antonio Pizzi. They've already had one defeat in their World Cup qualifiers. The minimum expectation, I think, would be to repeat the round of 16 of 2019. To do that, they'll have to beat Malaysia. Hazza Ali from the Al Rifa club, who are top of the table in Bahrain. Al Hadan from Bukharak. That's careless. Arif Ayman has got two yellow shirts ahead of him, one from Paulo Josue. This kicks the pass. Moses can come away with possession. And they've got a man over on this right outside. It's Ali Hadan. That's comfortable for Sihan Hazmi. For once, Salim Adan didn't make the most of things.
Yeah, I like how Bahrain were able to just break through the midfield and just moved it forward quickly again. Moses playing a part in that. Hardan with a good challenge here. Gets to the ball, you can see quite clearly. Yes, there is a bit on the follow-through. He gets to the ball first. Referee was right there, very, very well positioned. Doesn't have the options in the area as well, Madan. Gonna wrap his foot around it.
Davis, Malaysia's captain. Born in Australia, but moved to Malaysia when he was an 18-year-old. Stuart Wilkin. And to Davis. Josue. Hook clear. Belted for by Shahril Saad. Arif is trying to get in front of the defender, but is leading with the arm, hence the free kick against him.
Quite clearly, you can see his right arm going across Hazza Ali. Again, no complaints about that. It's interesting how the game has gone in terms of the momentum of it. We had Bahrain looking very good, confident, comfortable. First 15 minutes or so, coming up to 20, and then Malaysia starting to grow into this, I think, grow into the game. Looking confident, taking the ball forward. Like a good pace around Josue. It just looks to be dropping off that front line. Playing almost as that false nine, as they say, and he's got runners around him in the form of Faisal Halim and Arif Ayman.
Moses Atede slows things down.
Let's look at Josue there, just blocking off that line of pass into Al Hardan in central midfield, and he goes to look to try and close down Moses. They want to make sure that Bahrain find it difficult to play through the middle now. That's good movement though from Bahrain, meeting that challenge, finding a way through.
Al Aswad, Adel. Once again, Ali Madan. He has been so dangerous. Faisal Halim is quick into the tackle, dispossesses Adel. He's rather isolated, is the Selangor winger, he's done well. Stuart Wilkin pings one out to the far side where Davis has got shirts to aim for in the penalty area. Lands on the top of the net with Ibrahim Lutfala worried.
Yeah, I'm not sure he means that, Davis, but again, really good quick play. They switch it out from left to right. Diagonal from Wilkin. He's having a good match so far. So Wilkin in central midfield looked very good in the opening match as well. In midfield, number 8. I think he's actually looking for a cross into the area. Had yellow shirts in the box to hit. Couldn't find any of them.
Terrifying moment for the goalkeeper though, as that nearly drops behind him. Cools with a good header. Foul by Wilkin. What Malaysia would have given for this kind of opening half hour against Jordan on match day 1.
Well, conceded that early goal, and then it just all fell apart, really. Jordan quite happy to hit on the counters, knowing they have the pace, do the damage against Malaysia, and the finishing ability as well. Musa Al-Tamari, I mean, he was just outstanding.
Al Aswad's done well. Ali Madan, who continues to be a danger. Ali Madan to the byline, off the post. Vera defender.
Such a threat, just so dangerous down this right-hand side, Ali Madan. Again, Bahrain looking at this area of the pitch, trying to exploit easily away from Kobinong and Wilkin.
Second corner of the match, both from this side. And there's an aerial threat from Mahdi and from Al-Hashash. Shamakuti, good header by Ali Madan. Good volley. Fazal Halim on the break. Again, rather isolated, can't keep it in play.
No, that pass from Shamakuti needed to go in front of Faisal Halim, not behind him. Can be a problem for Bahrain, Malaysia on the transition, and again, they were looking to try and get it forward quickly. It's not the right pass from Shamir. To go into the momentum of the move, not slow it down. It's a fascinating game of football, really is.
It is. There was a lot of criticism over the performance, the gung-ho nature of it back in Malaysia. There had to be a response, and I think there has been. Yes, Bahrain have had more of the ball, but it's been much more disciplined, and best chance has fallen to Arif Ayman.
When you go back to that game against Jordan, and Malaysia was just pressing in the wrong moments. There just seemed to be a lack of structure in the press.
That's long ball through once again. Ali Aswad. Kobinong is there, off the line by Dominic Tan.
Oh, I think this is going to be looked at here, you know.
Kumail Al Aswad through on goal. Referee Al Kaf says no problem, but it's a long ball over the middle and through a back three. That can't really happen.
Oh, oof. He gets to it, he does, Cools, but he makes contact with Kumail Al Aswad first. There you go.
Has he touched the ball there on that first time?
Not the first one, on the second one. I think
Dominic Tan clears.
Is he just going to hold this up? The referee? Nope. Seems to be indicating that play can continue.
A let-off for Malaysia. A long ball over the top, Reece Roshan Rai, when you're playing three at the back.
Listen, I think it's just a matter of that backline just switching off to that movement of Kumail Al Aswad. Just a bit of ball watching there. Admiring the pressing from the front. Not ready on the half turn to go and chase or just drop off. They should be expecting that long punt upfield, well-timed run.
Kumail, he's hurt again, no decision once again. Stuart Wilkin under pressure from Mahoon. Finds Arif, clever from Arif, little nutmeg. And there's a man down, Bahrain player is down.
Just going back to that incident in the penalty area, from a professional's perspective, you're probably saying, just when that challenge comes in, Kumail, go down, don't try to stay up. But he tried to, and he went down a little bit too late. Cools certainly made contact with Kumail, coming across and then winning the ball.
Bounce ball. Malaysia, I would hope, will give the ball straight back to Bahrain. On the line, Kim Pangon, I think, knows his team got away with one there. Dominic Tan. It's over the top. Paulo Josue gets it in early, dealt with by Syed Mada, but at the cost of another throw-in. And there's a big apron on this side of the pitch. It allows Levert Corbinong a long run for the long throw.
Yeah. Not much on the other side. There's a long runway here for Corbinong.
And of course he goes short. Of course he does. Wilkin. Corbinong. Reflected through. Adel is there. And just a little pull back by Paulo Josue.
Yep, armour on the shoulder. Now Adel from Josue. There you go. Good hand.
Moses. It is a foul under intense pressure.
Well, they had the right idea here, Malaysia. Almost double teaming there on Moses, so he moves it away quickly. He just, Pizzi wants his side to take their time, not being rushed into this game, not playing at Malaysia's tempo, at Malaysia's speed. He wants a bit more control from his side. One of these careless turnovers of possession.
They asked Josue to chase that into the corner. He says no.
That's not really his game, is it?
Absolutely not. Moses, lovely ball once again. Ali Madan finds that little pocket. Mahoun, the overlap. Oh, Hazard just couldn't keep it alive.
First time I've really seen Mahoun get involved. Off that left-hand side, just drifting in. Moving into a narrow area of the pitch and leaving that space out wide for Hazard Ali. But when they're able to do that, Bahrain break through that Malaysian press in midfield, that midfield line. Moses will drop off, take it off his defenders, very quick to turn. Shamir not able to get to him quick enough. Took a bit of a risk there. It's Shehan, got away with it. And then when he turns in possession, he's able to get, again, quick pass forward into Ali Madan, and that's where they can go and really attack this Malaysian defence.
It's a really nervy moment for Sihan Hasmi just then. Throwing back to the goalkeeper, and he was closed down. He's confident with the ball at his feet. Adel. Lovely little cushion pass by Ali Madan. Moving on in strongly. But Madan has just been the outstanding player. Number 7 plays his football for Ajman, just over the sea in United Arab Emirates. Corbinong steps in and then has it taken off him by Kumail. Kumail again. Must have been tight. It has just gone out. Kicks the ball away.
I don't think he's been secure enough. I don't think he's been good enough, Adel, down this right-hand side in possession. Lots of these mistakes creeping into his game. Giving it away. Got a nice rotations in central midfield. Moses just swapping positions at times with Mahoun. Starting to get a little bit more involved off the left. And that's because he's moving into the middle of the pitch.
Davis. Cute little pass in from Shamakuti. Arif, Shama. Arif will look to run. Davis once again. Shamakuti, 3 in the penalty area. Can't beat the fullback. Mahoun defended that really well.
Well, again, that's careless from Bahrain.
was easily given away. Arif Ayman getting a telling off here because he's trying to back into the defender when the long balls are coming. And he's bouncing off them, but he's being very aggressive, and Al-Kaf's just had a little word in his ear.
Yeah, referee just telling him, I'm noticing all that. And this is, again, an example of why he's such a good referee. Just talking to the players, letting them know that he's aware of exactly what they're trying to do. Like I said earlier, having a good feel of the game, a good understanding of what players are trying to do out on the pitch.
Well, for a game with only one shot on target, this 38.5 minutes has rather flown by.
I feel like it's been played at a nice speed, nice tempo. Two different contrasting styles. Bahrain looking to try and play it short and quick on the floor. And Malaysia looking for those quick direct balls forward, trying to hurt Bahrain on the counters.
Davis and Mahoon, that's been a battle over on the left-hand side that the Malaysia defender has largely come out on top on.
Much more compact in this one, Malaysia, in their approach against Bahrain.
Moses ran into Paulo Josue. Arif just behind Josue with a break to Corbinong, to Faisal Halim. Corbinong's gone into the penalty area, plenty of red shirts back. Faisal into the back post, and that's a good defensive work by Mahoon. Davis, sorry, Sharul Saad came right away from the back.
Malaysia have been much better in this match in terms of closing down as a pack. You see 2-3 players surrounding Moses there, just running into a bit of trouble. It's better organization, I think, when they look to try and close down together, when they're pressing together, applying that pressure as a unit.
Hashash once again wins the high ball in the air. He's dominated. Ali Mardan. Referee had to think about it. It was a free kick. No real intent.
Yeah, you know, I think he might have just gotten a little bit of help from the fourth official here. It was a late challenge from Faisal. Almost got away with it.
Two number 7s in opposition. It's the number 7 in red who's had the biggest influence on this game. Not on the scoreline, but certainly in terms of attacking play. Mohamed Al-Hardam has got some big targets to aim for. Abdullah Al-Hashash in particular. Al-Hashash under pressure, couldn't direct it on target. But he's a danger, Roshan Rai.
Yeah, he certainly is in the air. Good timing of the run as well. In front of the defender, starting on the blind side and making that movement ahead of him. Just enough pressure put on him there by Cools.
He's 31 now. He's not the star striker, but my word, he certainly does a very effective role.
Another big centre forward on the bench as well. And Yusuf.
Flick from Paolo onto Faisal Halim. There's a guilty little look over, because when Malaysia do have those chances for Faisal and Arif to run at the defenders, I think they expect more from both sides.
It's those two wide players who are the most advanced attackers for Malaysia. As I said earlier, Josue just drops off and tries to draw that defense towards him, leaving that space for Faisal and Arif to go and attack.
Cools foul there, trying to negate the power of Hashash. Wilkin, Davis, Shamakuti, Cools. Malaysian-born Dion Cools. Ball over the top for Paulo Josue. Through to Lukfala.
That's good reading of the game there from Bahrain central defenders, Walid, and Mahdi. Saw the idea there on understood there was going to be a long pass forward. He's closed ranks. He's dropped off, filled the space, and allowed Fala to come out and claim.
Mahoon. Oh, ghost past two challengers. Lovely play. Ashash. Two in the penalty area. Fielder did well. Arif. I think he's just caught a stud on the top of the shoe there.
It was Al Hardan with that challenge, the lunge in. I think again it's a little bit of a case. It's good, strong, solid play from Al Hardan. Nothing wrong with that first challenge. Just lunges to get to this. Makes contact with Arif. I think perhaps the referee just influenced by the fact that Arif doesn't, don't know if this sounds silly, but doesn't go down early enough. He tries to carry on and he sees Moses coming across and then he decides to go down.
Right, it was Al Hardan. Moses came across and was effective. Ali Madan. Adel against Corbinong.
It looked like it should be a free kick.
I think it is. The assistant referee is the man who's given the free kick against Levert Corbinong.
I mean, Kim Pan-gon is not happy with that decision going against him, but he's late. He really is. The assistant referee is right there. Happens right in front of him. I mean, you'd expect complaints from him.
Now then, Kumail Al Aswad. He's 8 or 9 yards in from the corner flag. Much more difficult to defend. Two-man wall for Sihan. That means there's players available at the back post. They do have a physical advantage, Bahrain. Malaysia going man to man. Big moment as we go into injury time at the end of the first half. 4 minutes to add on. Kumail Al Aswad prepares to take this free kick. Kumail's ball in. Sihan punches clear. And Arif is pushed off it. Faisal Halim, he's tugged back as well. That will be a free kick against Kumail Al Aswad and a yellow card for the Bahraini playmaker.
Well, I think you knew exactly what Kumail was going to do there. They just couldn't deal with the pace here. First it was Arif, and you can really take your pick because he was fouled by Moses. Referee doing well to play the advantage, allowing it to progress a little bit further. And the second one is Faisal being taken down by Kumail. It was well beaten. The yellow card for stopping a promising attacking opportunity.
Cools wins the header, but it's more like a defensive header. Comes out to Wilkin. Corbinong eventually gets it through. Wilkin, good scrapping in the middle of the park. Both teams really up for this. It's a good game of football.
Yeah, it really is. Very nice and competitive, and those two contrasting styles, as I mentioned, which makes it really fascinating. Malaysia and Bahrain know there's a real threat here from Malaysia going forward with the speed that they have, that directness. So they're never really comfortable.
Wilkin trying to take it on the chest. Option. Ali Madan then loses out to his opposite number, Faisal Halim. Faisal looks for Paulo Josue. Looked a little bit indecisive on the final ball, Faisal Halim, on two or three occasions.
I wonder if he's lacking a little bit of understanding. Josue looking to make the run in behind. I wonder if Josue could just have held his position, play that bounce pass back to Faisal Halim, and then maybe the space would have opened up for a first-time shot from Faisal.
Mohamed Adel. Kumail Al Aswad. Ali Madan. Adel. Moses. Lovely ball over the top. And Sihan did well. Dominic Tam was protecting him. Decided very late, though, to come for the ball, Sihan Hazmi.
Bit of a scary moment there for Malaysia. You're just wondering if Shihan was ever going to come and gather. Dominic Tan is doing well just to hold off the attacker, giving his goalkeeper that time and an opportunity to come out and claim.
Shalsad, the Darul Taksim club. 10 times in a row they've won the Malaysian Super League title. Sihan of the same club just conceded 7 goals in the league season just finished. Moving on, long throw, looked for and found Arif Ayman. Faced by 3 there, Arif, and then that's a foul by Arif Ayman. And it's a half-time whistle from Ahmed Al-Kaf. The end of a really entertaining first half. There haven't been many shots on goal. Only the one shot on target, forcing a good save from Ibrahim Lutfala. But Bahrain, despite having more possession, have not been able to break down a much more organised Malaysia. At half-time, it is Bahrain 0, Malaysia 0.
Yeah, and I think it's a credit to Malaysia. They're looking much more organised, as you mentioned, much more compact between the lines, and also carrying that threat going forward.
Semua cerita sepak bola yang kamu inginkan ada di sini. Ekstra lengkap, ekstra menarik, ekstra informatif.
John Terry dan kawan-kawan juga berhasil mengawinkan gelar Liga Inggris dengan Piala Liga Inggris 2004-2005. Sir Stanley Matthews, pemain sayap Inggris yang bermain bagi klub Blackpool ini, menjadi pemain pertama yang meraih Ballon d'Or di tahun 1956.
Extra Time di Soccer Channel.
Selamat datang di kompetisi sepak bola tertinggi di benua Asia, menghadirkan klub-klub raksasa sepak bola Asia. Mereka siap membawa nama baik negara di setiap laga. Saksikan AFC Champions League di Soccer Channel.
Menikmati cuplikan gol-gol paling berkelas. Gol-gol hebat yang tercipta dengan proses dan finishing sempurna. Saksikan The Ultimate Goal di Soccer Channel.
Bagi sport lovers yang lahir di tahun 80-an, sudah pasti tak asing lagi dengan nama Davor Šuker. Ya, striker kebanggaan Kroasia di tahun 90-an ini berhasil masuk ke dalam rubrik Soccer Legend kami minggu ini. Kisah sukses GeForce Soccer sendiri diawali saat dirinya masih berumur 16 tahun. Kala itu, Suker bergabung dengan klub sepak bola kampung halamannya NK Osik. Membela Osik selama 5 tahun ternyata bukan menjadi hal yang sia-sia bagi Suker. Pasalnya, dia berhasil menjadi top scorer di dalam klub lokal tersebut. Suker berhasil menorehkan 40 gol dari total 91 laga yang dilaluinya bersama Osik. Dari prestasinya itu, Suker pun lantas mendapatkan kesempatan untuk mengisi tempat kosong di tim nasional junior Yugoslavia yang kala itu akan berlaga di Piala Dunia Junior tahun 1987. Pesepak bola kelahiran 1 Januari 1968 ini berhasil mencetakkan 6 gol dan membawa Plavi menjadi kampiun dalam ajang tersebut. 2 tahun mencicipi manisnya kemenangan bersama Dinamo Zagreb, Suker pun mencoba mengawali karirnya di ajang Liga Sepak Bola Eropa. Kala itu, Suker bergabung dengan klub La Liga Sevilla. Suker pun sempat merasakan bertandem dengan mega bintang sepak bola dunia Diego Maradona, yang kala itu juga berseragam Sevilla. Semusim dilewatinya bersama Sevilla, sang jagoan Kroasia ini pun langsung menorehkan catatan manis di ajang La Liga. Kala itu dia berhasil menjadi runner-up sebagai pencetak gol terbanyak Liga Spanyol dengan total raihan 24 gol yang masuk ke kantongnya. 5 tahun bersama Sevilla, ia berhasil menorehkan 76 gol dari total 153 laga yang dilaluinya. Setelah 5 tahun mendekam di Ramos Sanchez Pizjuan, Suker muda pun lantas berhijrah ke kubu Real Madrid. Kepindahannya tersebut menjadi sebuah mukjizat bagi Los Blancos. Kedatangan Suker kala itu langsung membawa Los Blancos menjuarai La Liga musim 1996-1997. Football Lovers, kita sudah memasuki akhir pekan. Seperti biasa, redaksi kami telah menyiapkan pesepak bola terbaik.
us now. We're not back in town, know what we're doing. Things are about to change, it's evolution. Voices shake the ground, you feel it moving. We're the revolution. Can you hear the sound? We're not back in town, know what we're doing. Things are about to change, it's evolution. Voices shake the ground, you feel it moving. We're the revolution.
Baby, this is do or die. Feel it in my veins tonight. Emotional suicide. You know it's an eye for eye. I didn't wanna walk the plank. But the Mariona, it came like the thunder. I was on my way to going under. Swimming in the bay, yeah, I was covered in a tidal wave, But I'm a fighter. Try to take me down, I'm going higher. Baby, you've been playing with some fire. You've been playing with fire. One day you will see what you made of me. Found my inner peace. You watch it release in the dead of night. In the dead of night. Baby, when the fear die, you know it's an eye for eye. Feel the energy align in the dead of night. 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 You can save your alibi. I already know you lied. Oh no, no, don't even try. Watch the flame in me ignite. You didn't wanna walk the plank. But the Mariona, it came. Baby, it was dark, it was hard to see. And that's when the spark lit inside of me. Oh, I was lost from reverie. Oh, one day you will see what you made of me, what's inside of me. Oh, one day you will see I found my inner peace. You watch it release in the dead of night. In the dead of night. Baby, when the fear die, you know it's an eye for eye. Feel the energy align in the dead of night. 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 And one day you will see what you made of me, what's inside of me. Oh, and one day you will see I found my inner beast, and you watch it release. Settle down in the place of dreams, float away in the scenery. Take a backpack of what you need. Let's explore the world
take it deep to show the world that you can see a life that's full of wonder, but it will never be enough. you were never there, you were never there. Hey, you give me roses, set me apart. All I feel was bliss, but you were never there, you were never. I want us to be what we used to be this night. Maybe just another fight, but you don't wanna see me cry. There is no way that it's never going there. I think it better and I swear I'll follow you no matter where. Think it better when I swear.
Good. Waleed is there.
Well, he's still just looking to try and find the solution here, Pete. Just preparing another change with the number 23, Al-Khalasi.
He's only got one more to make. You allowed the 5. Bahrain have got Jordan next at the Khalifa International Stadium on Thursday. Faisal Halim the target, but Walid Al-Hayim saw that all the way.
He's been excellent. Walid Al-Hayam again just reads it really well. Knows exactly what's going to happen. Understands the threat, understands the danger. Gets himself into that position.
Al-Khalasi will just go on to left back. It's a straight swap for Hazza Ali. He's had a good game. 5th cap for the Al-Mahrak defender. He's only just turned 21. Morales flick through. Little triangle takes Zakia out of the game. Adel hoists it high for Abdullah. And Abdullah Yusuf takes it on his chest, forced a little bit wide. Faced by Davis. And Khalasi denied by Faisal Halim.
Brilliant from Faisal. Great work rate, tracking back. Not giving Al-Khalasi any time to put a cross into the area. Good charging down.
No treatment, pat on the shoulder by referee Ahmed Al-Kaf. Al-Khalasi looked for Abdullah, really well defended by Sharul Saad. Ali Madan, Corbinong does well. Akia, Nacho Inter, 3 Johor colleagues. Nice little triangle. Corbinong looks forward. A little bit too easy for Mahdi. Adel will pick up the second ball, as Bahrain have done for much of this second half.
Well, giving it away far too cheaply are Malaysia, and constantly putting themselves under pressure here. Just get the sense that they need to perhaps have a bit of a spell where they're able to just hang on to it.
Wilkin. Nacho. Nacho Inter brought in to do exactly that. Davis looked up. Well, it inadvertently finds Akia. And Akia looks for Davis. Davis has got Morales in the middle. Morales beaten to the punch by Saeed Mada.
That was really well defended by Saeed Mahdi. The 2 central defenders of Bahrain, credit where it's due, they've been very strong, very solid.
Looking for the on-rushing Abdullah Yusuf, but always favourite for that was Sihan Hazmi. Collective intake of breath from the travelling Malaysians.
Decent idea there, pass from Ali Madan.
Wilkin. Got a touch, but loses out, and Sheikh Jassim can start things again. Oh, Too far ahead of Al Humaydan. And to be fair, Al Humaydan had started to make the run. The ball was played in front of him, but then he stopped.
Yeah, really just incredibly frustrating from Bahrain's perspective. But the player who started off that was Al Hardad, winning that challenge in central midfield. He's been so good with his regains, winning the ball back for his side on a number of occasions in the middle of the park.
Lassie with the free kick on Matt Davis. Nacho Inter with the moving ball. Referee Al-Kaf telling Malaysia he's aware that they are playing a little bit of time wasting here. Cheryl Saad then pumps an aimless ball down the line. The organisation for Malaysia has been much better, but they haven't had a lot going forward in this second stanza.
Nothing much in this second half in terms of an attacking threat. Very compact, yes, nice and tight between the lines. Players have been disciplined, done their jobs well, kept their focus pretty much all throughout this one. Really frustrating Bahrain.
Dion Cools did that well.
A smart touch away from Al Hardad. Just leaves his leg in as well. Takes the contact, wins the free kick at every opportunity they can get to just try and slow it down, disrupt the rhythm of the match, frustrate Bahrain even more.
Mohamedou Soumaira to come on for Faisal Halim. Soumaira scored against Bahrain in that Asia Cup qualifier. That was back in June 2022. That's how long ago the qualification for QATAR 2023.
As Faisal Halim goes off, it's a little bit of appreciation from his coach. We're pretty happy with his performance.
Cools, Soumaira. That will be a goal kick. Mohamedou Soumaira, 33rd international cap, another of the JDT contingent. JDT standing for Johor Darul Taksim. Abdullah Youssef does well. Khalasi. Al Humaydan, sliding tackle by Davis. Khalasi.
Well, Sharul's had a very strong game for Malaysia at the back as well.
Al Humaydan, the flag has stayed down for now. It looks suspicious, the flag still stays down. His cross comes in, Cools heads their way at the near post, only to Jassim Al-Sheikh. Al Hardad thought of a shot. 3 in the penalty area should the cross come in. Sihan goes up for it, was unconvincing. Malaysia get away with it.
Yep. I was going to say exactly that. Gets away with that one. Youssef doesn't make any real contact with it. In fact, gets a bit of a punch in the head. It's really good to see Sharul Saad in the lineup, and he hasn't let his side down. He's put in a very assured display at the back. Strong in a challenge. He's read it well. Been a lot more secure.
Adel. Sheikh Jassim. Khalasi providing width down the left. Adel down the right. The two full-backs have been permanent fixtures in the Malaysia half in this second half. Akia acting as left back. Comes in. Corbinong has to be careful. Comes off Ali Madan.
Just getting bodies in the way now. That Malaysian defence. Just making sure you can put challenges in. Have to be very careful. Dominic Tan was there. He's another who's nicely grown into the game. He looked a little bit nervy at the start. First 5-10 minutes of this match. And he's another one that's started to look very strong in that back line. Of course, the defense now getting a lot more protection from the midfield. Not as open as they were on match day one.
If it stays 0-0, both teams stay alive in the Asian Cup. But a winner, as that's a little dragged back by Mohamed Adel. Aki Rashid, quick feet, nimble, horrible to play against. Look at that little nutmeg.
He said he'll bring that element into the attack for Malaysia. A little bit of guile, very creative, nicely done through the legs. And these are the opportunities when you've been under pressure, when you've been sitting back, set pieces, put good quality in, go and
just
challenge.
About everybody forward. Morales and Sumare provide a little bit of extra height.
They sense something, the Malaysian fans.
Decibel levels have raised enormously. Free kick, Malaysia. Wilkins ball in. It's all a huge anti-climax as Davis hoisted out wide, looks for Dion Cools. Now he's got to sprint back. Hayden gets there. Corbin Ong over from left back. Ball boys quickly getting the ball to Jassim Al-Sheikh. Ali Hassan.
Being shut out here, Bahrain. For them as well, a case of it just sort of fizzling out. Starting to run out of ideas. There hasn't been enough of provocation of that Malaysian backline. In terms of players perhaps running at them, taking them on. Quick link up has been lacking.
Akia does really well. And then takes responsibility. Not many yellow shirts forward. Akia hoists it over. Matt Davis! Oh!
Difficult chance. Good movement from Matt Davis. Just peels away from Al-Khalasi. Tough, really tough. Would have been a heck of a goal had that gone in.
Sumare to defend. Illegally. Arms were raised. That's unnecessary from Sumare. Concedes the free kick. There haven't been that many stoppages. So time to be added on at the end. Will be, we understand, 5 minutes. Indeed, confirmed. Next goal, the winner, Rosh.
Yeah. Where's it going to come from? If it does.
Al-Humaydan. Lovely play, Ali Hassan! Big save, stood up straight. Sihan Hazmi.
Massive opportunity for Bahrain wasted. What did I say earlier? There hasn't been enough of that quick link up from Bahrain. And when they do that, able to break through. This link up here, dummy, give and go, in behind. Huge save by Shihan. That was the moment.
Off the back of Sharul Saad, on to Matt Davis. Sumare. Davis available. Akyar in the middle if Davis can find him. Nearly breaks to Rommel. It's suddenly gone end to end, this game, having been a stalemate for the previous 45 minutes.
Yeah, both sides eager to find a winner. Malaysia finishing strong as well. Suddenly, they're looking dangerous in attack once again.
Morales turns. Davis. Sumare. And Davis. It's the cross in. Lutfala can pick that one up. Morales knew he should have made an earlier charge in. That drop to Corbin Ong. Morales wants it. It's behind everybody. Sumare. There's your mate, Al Hardon. He's, as you say, had a fabulous game. Wilkin loses out. Nacho Inter through the back of Al Humaid, and the break is on. We've got a 4-on-3 here for Bahrain. Danger signs for Malaysia. Ali Hassan outside, pulled it back for a corner kick. Heart in mouths.
Walid Al Hayam is just lying down flat on the turf at the halfway line. He knows what an opportunity that was again for Bahrain on the break. Cheeky smile there from Dominic Tan. Last-ditch challenges coming in from Malaysia. It's end-to-end stuff right in the closing stages of this one.
This is the earlier moment.
Yeah, the give and go. Nice dummy. Spins around. There just hasn't been enough of that from Bahrain.
He's down at the moment. I think that save, because he's flexing his knee, I do think this is a genuine injury for Sihan Hazmi.
Standing up for the goalkeeper's Desgo kill. Someone's got to, I guess.
We're much maligned. 2 minutes to go, though. A corner still to defend.
Well, you know what, with Shehan, he's not had too many saves to make, I would say, in this match. But with that save that he made there, just shows his focus and his concentration, and he's encouraging his defenders to keep up that focus and concentration as they defend this corner.
8 red shirts in and around the penalty area. Ali Hassan Isa for the corner. Abdullah Youssef, the challenge for number 9. Akia. He's a winger. It's another corner to defend.
Not really a case of anywhere will do. He's conceded another corner. He just went at it. I think he was hoping that his attempt at the clearance would get a touch of a red shirt.
Ali Hassan again. Red alert for Malaysia. Opportunity for Bahrain. Good clearance, Ali Madan. Ali Madan! Through a ruck of players. 5 minutes into injury time. Bahrain have won it.
Heartbreak for Malaysia. But look at the joy. The celebrations from Bahrain. They found the breakthrough. Massive goal. The win that they've been looking for. The opening that they've been searching for. Ali Madan. Beautiful bit of skill. Have a look at this first touch. The first touch here is so important. And then he has to take a very quick shot. Being closed down by Sumare. Outside of the boot. Shehan, unsighted perhaps he was, having a go at his defenders in front of him, said he couldn't see clearly, and that's a great angle. Reacted a little bit too late, diving backwards almost, Shehan. But what a moment this is for Bahrain. Pure joy.
They pressed and they pressed and they pressed. And deep into injury time, they've got the goal. It's so cruel on Malaysia. Free kick, though, to Malaysia. They will have one more chance, or one chance, to try to rescue the most unlikely of points. Ali Madam, outstanding.
The first touch there's such a good first touch. Under pressure, not an easy one to take down.
The overhead view, Wilkin, every Malaysia player in the penalty area. Referee looks at his watch, comes back to Siham. He hoists it forward. Cools will try and get there, belted clear. All eyes on referee Ahmed Al-Kaf. We played 2 minutes and 20 seconds more. No hand. Jordan desperate for the whistle. Siham hoists it forward. And Sharalsard hoists it over the top. And Bahrain can breathe a huge sigh of relief. That will be the final act of the cruelest of endings for Malaysia.
Well, cruel for Malaysia. Ecstasy for Bahrain. They do have to say this second half, they've had a lot better control of it. They've been the side, I think, who've been the obvious ones in terms of trying to find a winner. And there you go.
Ali Madam, the match winner. He was the best player on the pitch. It's perhaps appropriate that he gets the final act. A goal deep into injury time. Malaysian players slumped on the pitch in disappointment after a really big effort from them. But it's Juan Antonio Pizzi's team who move on to 4 points in the league. Handshakes for Kim Pangong. Devastation for Malaysia. It's Bahrain who've taken the victory. It's finished Bahrain 1, Malaysia 0.
Laga menarik siap tersaji di friendly match. Siap memberikan aksi-aksi terbaik. Friendly match. Di Soccer Channel.
Pergelaran Euro menjadi suatu kompetisi sepak bola yang bergengsi di daratan benua biru. Aktivitas sepak bola Eropa seakan tidak pernah ada matinya. Diadakan setiap 4 tahun sekali, menjadi satu wadah pembuktian sejumlah bintang top lapangan hijau hingga juru taktik mumpuni untuk berkumpul membuktikan negara mana yang paling pantas dinobatkan sebagai yang terbaik di ranah Eropa. Halo Europeans, udah nggak sabar untuk nonton Piala Eropa 2020 kan pastinya? Nah, dengan hadirnya program Europe 2020, kalian bisa tahu bagaimana rekam jejak dan juga para pemain dari tim nasional negara peserta. Dan di episode kali ini, kami akan mengulas sedikit trivia seputar negara yang terhimpit di antara Finlandia dan Norwegia. Ada sebuah negara unik yang bisa dibilang sebagai surganya Eropa. Yap, negara mana lagi yang dimaksud jika bukan Swedia? Sebutan surga mungkin terlalu berlebihan ya Europeans. Namun melihat fakta yang ada, julukan tersebut sepertinya memang pantas disandang Swedia. Aman, tentram, toleransi tinggi, makmur, dan pemerintahan yang bebas korupsi. Kira-kira apa lagi ya sebutan yang pantas selain surga? Berbicara seputar negara Swedia memang tak ada habisnya ya Europeans. Tak terkecuali dengan dunia persepak bolaannya. Dan berikut sekelumit kisah rekam jejak timnas Swedia di gelaran internasional. Tim nasional Swedia memulai debutnya di Piala Dunia di tahun 2006. Pencapaian terbaik tim berjuluk The Blue Yellow ini berhasil menjadi runner-up pada putaran Piala Dunia 1956. Timnas Swedia berhasil lolos dalam 11 dari 19 fase kualifikasi Piala Dunia yang mereka ikuti. Catatan prestasi mereka di ajang internasional tergolong baik. Di ajang Piala Dunia, timnas Swedia pernah menempati posisi kedua pada 1956, ketiga pada 1950 dan 1994, dan posisi keempat di tahun 1938. Di awal tahun 2018, Swedia menempati urutan ke-18 FIFA. Pada ajang Piala Dunia 2018, timnas Swedia bermain di bawah kepemimpinan pelatih Jan Andersson. Sementara Marcus Berg menjadi pemain kunci dari serangan timnas Swedia. Pada edisi kali ini, seperti biasa kami akan menyajikan ulasan singkat seputar sepak terjang perjuangan timnas Swedia saat berpartisipasi di Piala Eropa 1992 serta Piala Dunia edisi 1994 dan 2000. Pelatih Swedia pada Piala Dunia 1994, Tommy Svensson, yakin tim asuhannya mampu berprestasi di Amerika Serikat. Kala itu, Swedia berhasil merebut posisi ketiga di bawah Brazil dan Italia. Keyakinan sang juru racik ini dirasa tak berlebihan, mengingat tim Swedia memiliki sejumlah pemain yang handal. Sebut saja di lini depan ada Zlatan Ibrahimovic, Henrik Larsson, dan itulah rangkuman singkat seputar sepak terjang perjuangan timnas Swedia di atas lapangan hijau. Swedia memang belum pernah menjuarai trofi di kancah sepak bola internasional. Tapi menjuarai hati para pecintanya mungkin sudah ya Europeans. Jalanan awal karir Robin Olsen tak semulus seperti penampilannya di Rusia pertengahan tahun ini. Sebelumnya, ia bahkan pernah berpikir untuk pensiun dini di usianya yang masih sangat muda, 17 tahun, dikarenakan cedera lutut yang dideritanya. Sang kapten tim sekaligus bek timnas Swedia, Andreas Granqvist, adalah pesepak bola Swedia yang lahir pada 16 April 1985 di Helsingborg. Granqvist menguji karir profesionalnya di 2004 di Helsingborg, bermain 74 pertandingan dan mencetak gol sekali untuk tim induknya. Manchester United digadang-gadang akan mendatangkannya ke Old Trafford karena kemampuannya dalam menjaga pertahanan dan caranya untuk mengatur tim di lapangan. Banteng Leipzig harapan masyarakat Swedia. Ia adalah Emil Forsberg. Pemain bernomor punggung 10 ini disebut-sebut menjadi roh permainan Leipzig. Dalam pola dasarnya, Forsberg diposisikan sebagai sayap kiri, namun mengemban peran wide playmaker. Forsberg cukup cepat dan memiliki teknik olah bola yang tinggi, tetapi lebih memilih untuk melakukan hal yang pasti daripada harus memaksakan dengan mencoba melewati 2-3 pemain. Gelandang timnas Swedia ini lebih gemar mempertontonkan visi bermainnya yang ciamik dengan memainkan operan-operan yang dapat membelah pertahanan lawan. Sosoknya menjadi pahlawan kemenangan Swedia atas Swiss di Stadion Saint Petersburg. Swedia merupakan salah satu negara penghasil pemain terbaik di klub papan atas Eropa. Kehadiran mereka di masing-masing tim yang dibela memberikan kesan yang sangat mengagumkan karena mampu mempersembahkan hasil yang memuaskan dimanapun mereka berada. Meski belum pernah meraih trofi tingkat internasional, negara ini tetap dipandang sebagai salah satu kekuatan sepak bola terbesar di dunia. Salah satunya pemain terbaik Swedia masa kini, Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Klub papan atas seperti Ajax, AC Milan, Inter Milan, Barcelona, PSG, dan Manchester United telah menerima hasil kualitas terbaiknya yang membanggakan. Lantas, bagaimana dengan pemain Swedia zaman dulu sampai awal 2000-an yang kini menjadi legenda sepak bola Swedia yang tak terlupakan? Berikut ulasannya. European sudah pasti tahu dengan sosok yang satu ini. Ya, dialah Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Bomber 36 tahun itu telah membulatkan tekadnya untuk pensiun dari dunia sepak bola setelah Euro 2016 silam. Ia merupakan seniman di atas lapangan hijau. Pemain ini selalu meramaikan sebuah pertandingan dengan berbagai gol dan aksi-aksi menawan. Tendangannya yang keras serta tubuhnya yang besar membuatnya mampu bersaing di lini depan pertahanan lawan. Ibrahimovic yang merupakan keturunan Bosnia ini mulai memperkuat tim nasional Swedia sejak 2001 dan sudah mencetak 48 gol dari 96 pertandingan. Ia hanya memerlukan 2 gol lagi untuk melampaui rekor Sven Riedel sebagai top scorer Swedia sepanjang masa. Sepanjang karirnya, Zlatan sudah memenangkan 8 gelar Gold Ballon, gelar yang diberikan untuk pemain terbaik Swedia setiap tahunnya. Berbicara soal penjaga gawang legendaris Swedia, siapa yang tak kenal sosok hebat Thomas Ravelli? Hingga saat ini, Ravelli masih tercatat sebagai pemain dengan jumlah penampilan terbanyak kedua di timnas Swedia. Selama 21 tahun bermain sepak bola, Ravelli hanya memperkuat klub-klub Liga Swedia, yaitu Göteborg dan Öster. Selain memenangi 9 gelar Liga Swedia, Ravelli juga terpilih sebagai kiper terbaik dunia tahun 1994. Setelah penampilan gemilangnya membawa timnas Swedia menjadi juara ketiga Piala Dunia. Konsistensi, distribusi, dan loyalitasnya membuatnya layak menjadi salah satu legenda sepak bola Swedia. Striker hebat sekaligus top scorer timnas Swedia, Henrik Larsson mampu melakukan tugasnya dengan baik sebagai ujung tombak The Blue Yellow. Masa-masa keemasannya dilalui bersama Glasgow Celtic, di mana Larsson mampu memenangi 4 gelar Liga Skotlandia dan 5 kali menjadi top scorer kompetisi terbaru. Di penghujung karirnya, Larsson sempat bergabung bersama Barcelona, di mana ia memenangkan 2 gelar La Liga dan 1 trofi Liga Champions. Untuk timnas Swedia, Larsson mencetak 37 gol dari 106 penampilan. Marcus Alback adalah seorang striker yang memiliki kemampuan finishing yang cukup baik. Pemain ini mencetak 30 gol dalam 74 penampilannya bersama tim nasional Swedia. Ia bermain dalam 5 turnamen besar yang diikuti Swedia dari tahun 2002 hingga 2008. Dipasang sebagai pendamping striker utama Swedia, Henrik Larsson dan Zlatan Ibrahimovic Sayangnya All Blacks selalu gagal tampil cemerlang saat bermain di liga-liga top Eropa. Karirnya bersama Heerenveen, Aston Villa, dan Hansa Rostock terbilang biasa-biasa saja. Europeans, itulah dia sejumlah pemain legendaris The Blue Yellow yang mampu memupuskan harapan lawan untuk bisa melaju ke babak selanjutnya. Kombinasi pemain 90-an dan 2000-an ini melahirkan pemain legendaris yang apik bagi timnas Swedia.
Laga menarik siap tersaji di friendly match. Siap memberikan aksi-aksi terbaik. Friendly match. Di Soccer Channel. Liga para bintang futsal di Indonesia. 12 tim putra dan 7 tim putri. Aksi pemain bintang kelas dunia. Siap menghadirkan persaingan ketat antar tim-tim dari seluruh penjuru Nusantara. Saksikan Liga Futsal Profesional 2023-2024. Di Soccer Channel.
Selamat datang di kompetisi sepak bola tertinggi di benua Asia. Menghadirkan klub-klub raksasa sepak bola Asia. Mereka siap membawa nama baik negara di setiap laga. Saksikan AFC Champions League di Soccer Channel.
Jangan lewatkan Liga Futsal Profesional 2023-2024 setiap hari jam setengah 7 pagi dan jam setengah 1 siang di Soccer Channel. Saatnya wakil-wakil Asia unjuk gigi.
He's got options ahead of him as well. Lovely flick there. Great chance, great goal.
Ed Nielsen's cross. There's the goal.
Semua ingin menjadi juara. Tapi hanya satu yang akan berbahagia di akhir kompetisi. AFC Cup. Setiap hari, jam 5 sore. Di Soccer Channel.
Oh my word, that was a bit of sprinkling of speciality. And the second goal. And it fell beautifully on the stick of
International Floorball Federation. Setiap Jumat sampai Minggu, jam 8 pagi. Di Soccer Channel. Saatnya para fans bola untuk bernostalgia. mengulas semua pertandingan hebat di era terdahulu. Perjalanan tim-tim terbaik dunia yang menjadi fenomena pada zamannya. Saksikan World Classic League di Soccer Channel.
Selamat datang di kompetisi sepak bola tertinggi di benua Asia, menghadirkan klub-klub raksasa sepak bola Asia. Mereka siap membawa nama baik negara di setiap laga. Saksikan AFC Champions League di Soccer Channel.
Pertandingan seru yang menghasilkan banyak gol indah. Laga para bintang untuk tunjukkan kualitas. Saksikan semua pertandingannya. BRI Liga 1. Di Soccer Channel.
Memories, distant but painful, brought into the present day as match day 2 begins at the AFC Asian Cup Qatar 2023, and Iraq meet Japan in Group D. D for Doha, the agony of Doha that the Japanese team endured. On the 28th of October 1993, when they were so close to qualification for the FIFA World Cup finals in the United States of America, when they had the chance to capitalise on the boom of football in their country as an emerging footballing nation. They'd won the AFC Asian Cup in 1992. All they had to do was beat Iraq, and seconds from the end, Iraq sent Japan into turmoil with a goal that crushed them. But this nation and its fans never looked back, not for a moment. They became one of the greatest powerhouses in Asia, the most successful nation ever to enter this competition. And added to that, they're becoming one of the world's great footballing nations. Now they're beating the big teams, but now they go back to where the pain started in 1993. These players try to get away from the agony of Doha.
Agony for Japan, but it was absolute rapture for Iraq. There's two sides to every story in Iraqi football, which had its apogee in 2007 when they won this Asian Cup in Jakarta. That was a famous moment for them. And this current Iraqi side, I promise you that they have got a chance, because under new coach Jesus Casas, they've already won 2 trophies. They're a difficult, obdurate team to beat. They made a number of changes for today. There's 5 who didn't start the other day in the 3-1 victory against Indonesia, whereas Japan came in for a fair amount of criticism for their defensive performance in the 4-2 victory over Vietnam. But as you say, it is difficult to look beyond Japan. They are red-hot favourites coming into this competition. And surprisingly for me, at least, Ollie, they've not made that many changes. They're taking this Iraq challenge very, very seriously.
The AFC Asian Cup Qatar 2023. As Japan and Iraq look both backwards and forwards. Iraq to a golden age of 2007 when they won this competition, and Japan to a 1993 when the nation they're facing today broke their hearts. But perhaps from nadir comes zenith. Perhaps you have to drop down to the bottom to get up to the top, because the Japanese fans learned that when you give your heart to football, you'll never ask for it back. From there, they've become a force to be reckoned with, but they're taking on an Iraqi team who want to bring the past into the present and reignite the agony of Doha.
Please rise if you are able for the national anthem of Iraq.
أصحاب السمو والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، يرجى التكرم بالوقوف في حال القدرة لعزف النشيد الوطني للعراق.
Of Iraq and Japan, respectively. What a super crowd gathered here to enjoy this meeting. And a gentleman there who knows what it's like to enter this competition as both a manager and a player. He won it in 1992. Well, Jesus Casas has an experienced goalkeeper in Jalal Hassan, winner of over 70 caps. But there are youngsters dotted around, like 21-year-old Hussein Ali, wearing number 3, and number 17, midfielder Ali Jassim, who turns 20 tomorrow. He's just become the youngest man to score 3 AFC Champions League goals in one season. In reserve for the Iraq team is a veteran defender, number 6, Ali Adnan, playing at his 3rd AFC Asian Cup. He could come on if they need real calmness at the back. Give each other a run for their money, the supporters, as we have a look at the captains, Jalal Hassan and Wataru Endo. And with stewardship over this match, Khalid Al-Turais, 36 from Saudi Arabia. And his team in the video review studio, led by Hamis Mohammed Khalid Al-Hoish. Proud moment for him, he is from Qatar. Ajmer Modiyasu won this competition as a player in 1992 and played against Iraq in the infamous Agony of Doha game in 1993. Defender number 3 Shogo Taniguchi plays right here in Al Rayyan in the Qatari League. Number 8 Takumi Minamino scored twice against Vietnam on match day number 1, and he plays behind forward Takuma Asano wearing number 18, who was in the team that won the Asian Under-23 title in Qatar in 2016. Number 9 Ayase Ueda could be a game changer from the bench. He scored 8 in 20 for the Samurai Blue.
Goals aplenty for Japan in recent months. I think the world sat up and took notice back in September when Germany were dispatched by 4 goals to 1. And any thoughts that that was a freak result were, well, dismantled a couple of days later when they beat Turkey by 4 goals to 2. So goals are very much in the offing. And they scored 4 on match day 1 and still got criticised. Iraq have got a huge task ahead of them. But you know what? I think they are up for this. They have got a very, very good record of making it to the knockout stages of the AFC Asian Cup.
Beautiful sight it is. Time to get underway. Welcome to the group stage of the AFC Asian Cup Qatar 2023 as Iraq in all white take on Japan in Group D, with both of these nations having won their opening fixtures in the competition. And an early bit of pressure being applied by Iraq, but that will be offside.
An early indication, perhaps, that Iraq aren't going to just sit back, as many expected, and absorb the pressure that Japan will put on them. They're going to try and exert a little bit of pressure of their own.
On the subject of pressure, as we look back at this early opportunity for Iraq, the clear offside, though, as it was touched on by Ahmed Hussein, let's look at the pressure of the past that's on the shoulders of the Japanese just for a moment. For those of you who are real scholars of the history of the game in Asia, you will know that the most famous or infamous football match in Japan is the Agony of Doha from October the 28th, 1993. In Doha, the Japanese national team were on the verge of making their first ever FIFA World Cup finals. They did it as the reigning champions of Asia. We'll come back to it because Iraq are yet again pressurising and creating a chance. Taniguchi heading it up into the air and Suzuki with the punch clear.
Ali Jassim doing well down the left-hand side. The youngster will see this as an opportunity to put himself in the shop window, the Air Force winger.
Well, Iraq have clearly got no interest in letting me weave a charming narrative here because they really are going for it early on, as we expected that they will do. As I was trying to say, the Japanese team, having won the AFC Asian Cup for the first time in 1992, they were all but at the World Cup finals when a gentleman called Jafar Omran Salam scored from a cross in around about this position to put Japan out of a chance to make it to USA 94. They have been replaying that goal all week on Japanese television. This is in the forefront of everyone's minds. Jesus Casas is the head coach of the Iraq national team, the 50-year-old who took over a couple of years ago. He won't care in the slightest about all of that, will he, Des?
Absolutely not. History can be strange, though, because only one of the Japanese team was born when that game was played. That's Taniguchi, the centre-back, who ironically plays his football here in Qatar.
Here is number 21, Hiroki is now absolutely commonplace. When the Japanese team met Iraq in 1993, it was very much the case that all of their players were domestically based. Now they are playing all over the world because probably no nation has grown more rapidly as a global footballing force than Japan. And he knows it acutely because Hajime Moriyasu has grown them as a coach, but he also played in that match in October 1993. He was on the pitch when Iraq scored that goal that took Japan out of qualification for the World Cup. And frankly, Des, Japan never looked back.
No, although they haven't been that successful in this tournament in the last decade. The last win in the Asian Cup was back in 2015. They're always contenders, of course.
Iraq with a chance here with Ali Jassim, who's ambitiously tried to test Zion Suzuki, and there's not the most comfortable feeling to that stop.
No, it's plenty of power. Goalkeeper will save that all day. There's a bit of pressure on Zion Suzuki. There's no recognised number one. He's got a chance to make that position his own.
Another opportunity for Jassim. Suzuki touches it, but it's put straight on the rebound by Ayman Hussein. It is Iraq 1, Japan 0. They tested the goalkeeper early on. They kept on testing, and they've broken the resolve of Japan right at the start. What a super beginning from the 2007 champions. The Lions of Mesopotamia lead.
Great play once again by Ali Jassim. They fed the youngster down the left-hand side, puts a cross in. Suzuki gets a hand to it, but palms it straight into Ayman. We talked about not being a world-class goalkeeper with Japan, and he's literally put that onto the head of Ayman. And Ayman Yusuf, the Air Force striker, has headed Iraq into the lead, and that's a reward for a really positive start by Ali Jassim and Iraq.
Well, how funny a thing history is as Ayman Hussein celebrates his 19th goal for the national team. It is going to be video reviewed, so there'll be just a moment before the Iraqi fans can really celebrate, and my goodness, they didn't need an excuse to get any louder, Des.
I'm wondering if there's an offside call against Ali Jassim as he was played in down the left-hand side. That, I suspect, is what is being checked. Sadly, we don't get a view of what it is, but there could be a reprieve because this is taking a long time to be looked at. And this is very much a VAR call who are telling Khalid Al-Toes, you just hold on there. Japan are ready. They've taken the fact that they could be a goal down, but I'm pretty sure that they are checking an offside against Ali Jassim. And it is a long wait, which is never a good sign for the team who are looking to celebrate. Must be incredibly close. It looked like he might just have strayed. But the goal is given, and the celebrations can be doubled.
Iraq lead Japan by a goal to nil in this Group D match at the AFC Asian Cup. And this 5th-minute goal from Ayman Hussein, as we've referenced that infamous game in 1993, well, it was in that game that Japan scored in the 5th minute. A gentleman called Kazuyoshi Miura, who, believe it or not, is still playing football at the moment in the Portuguese leagues, into his late 50s. But it is an absolutely joyous start for Iraq.
A couple of rough, tough tackles flying in out there. The free kick has gone way of Junya Ito. But they've got something to hold on to here. They were going to be determined defensively anyway, Iraq. That will now be redoubled.
So 2 players. Well, this side who puts this one in for Japan. In swinging it is, and the delivery it seemed to be, but just ahead of Shogo Taniguchi, as Hajime Moriyasu has probably got exactly what he expected from Iraq, and this is how they took the lead.
So this is where the offside is potentially there. Great run by Ali Jassim, though, he's well offside. And then when he crosses, it comes out. Well, was number 7 on the goal line. We saw a goal disallowed in the China game the other day for somebody being on the goal line. That's what they were looking at. No interference in play. And then Yusuf, 1-0 Iraq. Gosh.
Now Japan perhaps awakened by this. Through it goes almost to Takuma Asano, a very important defensive intervention. Was Amir Al-Amari.
That's clever play from Yusuf Amin to buy the foul. A little bit of pressure on his back. Not the best of challenges coming in. But, Japan are looking to respond very quickly. They'll play that tiki-taka football around the edge of the penalty area. Probably 1 or 2 touch passing. But this is set up beautifully now.
All around the community of the AFC Asian Cup Qatar 2023, people have been saying for days, I cannot wait for Iraq versus Japan. It's going to be a fantastic game, and it has delivered that. As down to the ground goes Youssef Amin, and there's no decision forthcoming in his favour. In Sulaka, it's clear, it's controlled by Franz Putros. This is such hard work in midfield from Iraq, who win a free kick, and every single decision going their way is greeted by the fans of the Lions of Mesopotamia like a 30-yard strike has gone into the back of the net.
You're quite right. There was a great atmosphere outside, an awful lot of Iraqi flags being waved around. They're seeing this as perhaps their game. It's an errant knee from Ito. No intent, but it still hurts.
Hussein Ali, Amir Al-Amari. The options deliver this for the team in points. Should be cleared by Taniguchi, it is, but it goes to Amin.
Recovered quickly from the knee to the head. Suzuki's made a great ball in.
And this is Takuma Asano. Score of 9 for the national team. The player who scored the winning goal against Germany in the World Cup in Qatar. Also scored in that famous 4-1 win in September against Germany. As we look at the gentleman who led Sanfrecce Hiroshima to 3 Japanese league titles, Hajime Moriyasu, before taking charge of the Japanese Olympic team, the under-23 side, and now he is in charge of his 75th match at the helm of the Samurai Blue. It's a remarkable career he's had.
It is, that's a veritable lifetime in terms of international football. But it's fully warranted. You look at the form Japan are in, but they trail here. They've been knocked off their stride by the physical start and the attacking intent of Iraq, who got round the side 3 times.
Is Ahmed Yaya of Shorta, who's born in Shatalala, in the southeast of Iraq, very close to the Kuwaiti border. It's the only part of Iraq with a coastline. And we are not too far from the coast at the Education City Stadium in Al Rayyan, 7 kilometres northwest of Doha. They call this place the Diamond in the Desert. The Education City, as the School of Hard Knocks there was dealt out to Takumi Minamino, is a place that is the home of a large number of international university campuses, hence its name.
The mobility of the Japanese players when the ball is being played at the back as it is now. There's constant movement in front. Options galore for Japan.
Kinami Sugawara. Touch by Ito. And really given a little opportunity to work the ball by the Iraqi defence, but they played that so cleverly. Hiroki Ito, and then puts a little too much on the ball, but what an elegant piece of football from the Japanese.
They worked that one from right to left, 1-2 touch football. Little give and goes, players always on the move. Going forward, they are so difficult. It's almost like futsal in some ways, in that the movement is constant. Defenders have forever got to be on their toes.
If you're just settling down to watch this Group D match at the Education City Stadium, the AFC Asian Cup, Qatar 2023, nothing at all has happened in the first. Well, only joking, it's been an incredibly eventful match, hasn't it? What a super start from the 2007 champions. Pressure is on Zion Suzuki early on. The Japanese have 3 inexperienced goalkeepers here in this squad. Suzuki at just 21 is one of the most highly regarded young goalkeepers in Japan, but he's got a lot of expectation, a lot of responsibility now as the first choice here, with only this his 6th appearance.
First yellow card, little drag back there. It's very, very cynical from Suad.
Suad Natik plays for Al in Saudi Arabia, bronze medalist at the Asian Games in 2014. He's been playing a time now for the Iraq national team. Modita. Far too much on that ball. Looking for Takumi Minamino. Just turned 29 a matter of days ago.
We mentioned the goalkeepers and the inexperience of a 21-year-old goal at one end, Jamal, captain at the other. Goalkeeping is such an important role because confidence can spread throughout the team if you know you're secure at the back. Suzuki was a little bit at fault for the goal. He got criticised for one of the goals in the 4-2 victory over Vietnam.
Al-Rayyan's own Shogo Taniguchi joined the club, plays in this part of Qatar last year from Kawasaki Frontale after over 350 appearances for them. Had nothing left to do in Japan. Shogo Taniguchi won the J-League 4 times and all of the cup competitions. Time to go elsewhere. Suzuki gathers it really well. That will feel probably quite nice for him.
Yeah, that was better. A nice clear call. It's about 6-7 yards out. It's routine for the goalkeepers, but he just takes a step back. The confidence isn't there, but such an important position.
Foul on Sakubo. Quite a lot of possession for Japan since the Iraqi goal from Hussein in the 5th minute of the contest.
4-5-1 where they're defending for Iraq.
Dispossessed really well. Sim, as the favour returned. Junya Ito turns very well. And crosses quite effectively to Hiroki Ito at the far post, who just couldn't steer it back as Jalal Hassan gathers.
That was thrilling. The respective Itos doing their job. One down the right, one down the left. Lovely little dummy to get inside. The movement in the penalty area. And the players coming through at the back. Japan look vibrant going forward.
Bayesh. Taniguchi does well. What an idea it was there to play that long. Direction of Takuma Asano. Won the under-23 equivalent of this competition in Qatar in 2016. He's been in very good form for Bochum in the German league. 16 appearances, 5 goals. That's his best so far for them. Inami Sugawama. Picked up by Morita. And controlling possession, but controlling the scoreboard thus far. Good defensive work. Kubo wanted a free kick, but they're pressing so hard to win it back, the Japanese. This is quite some game at the moment. It really is a physically exerting affair for every single player out there, Des.
It's Japan who are pressing. Iraq somehow need to hold on to the football. A couple of minutes ago, there was a brilliant piece of hold-off play by Yusuf Ayman up front. Generally, Japan, when they lose the ball, they're winning back within about 3 seconds. And it's the movement up front which is really got to be seen to be believed. You don't see it on a screen. When you've got the whole pitch in front of you, players darting left and right, forward and back, coming short, going long, options galore. But goalless.
These players for the Samurai Blue were at the Olympic Games in Tokyo at home. Kept in well by Hiroki Ito. Kumi Minamino. Made life difficult there for Hussein Ali, who enjoyed the challenge, the Heerenveen player. Just his 7th appearance for Jesus Casa's team.
Was just trying to lure Hussein Ali into making a rash challenge. Hussein only 21, staying on his feet.
The captain Endo in the penalty area. His fellow midfielder Hidemasa Morita. Zahavko Itakura and Shogo Taniguchi, the central defenders. Kubo of Real Sociedad will take this corner kick as we get close to the halfway stage of the first half. Kubo's delivery has actually just about stayed in, and that unexpectedly gives an opportunity to Japan and the captain Wataru Endo. A very difficult ball to take on, but I'm amazed that stayed in play.
Morita doing well, keeping it alive. Japan not giving it up. Endo trying to pull it back. That's what they do. They press, they keep the ball alive, they don't give things up. Would have been spectacular.
We've talked a lot about that famous 1993 meeting. This is the 13th meeting, which will be unlucky for someone between these teams. Japan have won 7 of them. Just 3 wins for Iran. And it's the 4th time they've met at the AFC Asian Cup, with Japan winning en route to the title in 2000. They won 1-0 in 2015. There was a 1-1 draw in 2017. Just to add a little spice to things, in case we were lacking historical narrative, which I don't think we are, but so many of the players in the Iraq team have come through the Amo Baba School, a really highly reputed youth training centre in Iraq. Amo Baba, an absolute legend of the game, a fantastic player for Iraq. But he also was a manager of the national team And guess what he was doing the 28th of October 1993? Yes, he was the gentleman in charge of the Iraq national team as they denied Japan that place in Doha, USA 1994. Now his next generation, his protégés, are attempting to be an obstacle for Japan getting to the knockout stage of the Asian Cup.
And an obstacle is what they are. Again, it's fairly rigid. 4-5-1. Japan can have the ball in that half. It's a difficult ball to play. You need a little bit of backspin if Minamino is going to have a chance to take that. And it's difficult for Japan to find a way through. The challenge of being cut off by the three central midfielders. Cassis has set his team up very, very nicely. He's got a winning mentality with this team. They won a King's Cup, which is a smallish trophy, but a 4-team trophy. You win that. They won the Gulf Cup. And once you're winning, you believe you can do anything.
We look at Jalal Hassan of Al Zafra, the most successful club in Iraq. It's based in Baghdad. They've won the league title 14 times, 16 FA Cups, 5 Super Cups. So he knows a thing or two about winning trophies, does Jalal Hassan.
It's winter in Qatar. The stadium is also in complete shade, so the conditions are really quite nice. There's also air conditioning down on pitch side as well. So conditions are really very good for the high-pressing, high-tempo football that Japan are trying to play. But the Iraq fans, gosh, that's a lot of noise in here.
Get it back from Morita. Japan holding that ball so well. To the wing and dealt with extremely powerfully by Jalal Hassan with the Sano. Looking to get on the end of Junya Ito's delivery. Another nicely constructed attack from the Samurai Blue.
Really good goalkeeping. Committed to the punch. Got good distance with the punch as well. Was aware that Asano was moving in as well. Had to get there. Compare and contrast the goal that came for Japan. It's kind of similar across. Oh, I'll break off in a moment.
So break off as Japan nearly break through, but it's been a very much that sort of match for them, hasn't it? Lots of nearly moments.
Has misplaced 2 passes in succession now.
Back to the young man who was actually born in Arkansas in the United States of America, Suzuki. Definitely straying offside there. In the first instance was Asano and possibly Minamino too, but Ito is well onside. There's a chance to cross and doesn't really make anything of that.
Defending the front of the 6-yard box. If anyone ever gets behind, centre-back's got to try to get into that position. Percentage-wise, that's where most balls are likely to come in. Good clearance.
Perspective of Japanese fans watching this, there is a lot to be encouraged by, and yet they find themselves a goal down. It's a strange game.
It's similar to the Vietnam game in many ways. They were trailing there by 2 goals to 1, but they look potent going forward, but vulnerable defensively. And I don't like to harp on about the goalkeeper, but that's where it all stems from. Is there confidence in him? He flapped a little bit for the goal. It's not his fault that he hasn't dealt with the ball as well as Jalal did just a couple of minutes ago at the other end.
He's clearly a regarded, justifiably so, young goalkeeper Zion Suzuki, the youngest player in the history of the Urawa Red Diamonds to sign a professional contract. Now playing in Belgium for Sint-Truiden. Sugawara. Ito with Sugawara coming through to provide an overlap. That's so nicely done. And then the ball was not quite of sufficient quality as Endo couldn't get any real power to send that header back in. And the idea between Ito and Sugawara was very clear and well executed, but the final ball less so.
Again, it's great defending as much as not a great ball, because the ball's played into a good attacking area from that cross, but centre-backs covering the zones where they could be, and then a foul won by Ali Jassim. 19. What a player this kid looks like he's going to become. What a player this kid already is.
Absolutely. Yeah, the youngest player ever to score 3 AFC Champions League goals in a single season. And as things currently stand, he's on course for a very happy birthday tomorrow. I mean, you mentioned it, Tess, that he's 19. We have to keep reminding ourselves, because he's been around for such a long period of time. He made his Premier League debut for Al-Khar at the age of 14, scored his first Premier League goal when he was 15.
But last season was his breakout season in the Champions League. Became a go-to man, little give and go from him there.
Rather hopeful attempt, and I think Zion Suzuki had that comfortably covered.
Strange one that he's done a full-length dive as though he's not quite sure where his post is. I'm sure he is sure where his post is, but it just gives the impression that he doesn't.
Iguchi, cleverly played, Domino's flick. Still a telegraph to Iraq. Or so, entering in additional time obviously might be another matter, but it's been a very purposeful first half from Japan. It's been a very effective first half from Iraq.
30 minutes has positively flown by. Ayman Yusuf is giving a real problem to Itakura.
Kubo quickly plays it, a little space emerging, the ball across goal. Well, Junior Ito turns back to Takuma Asano, puts his hands to his side and says, I was right here. I was right here.
That's the kind of break that they're looking for, playing on the shoulder. It's obvious that he's got to go across. He's not going to score from there. I'm wondering if he's just got his angles wrong. It doesn't look like a shot. It looks like an attempt at cross gone wrong.
If there is a player that you trust as a fan of the Samurai Blue to score big goals, it probably is Junya Ito, considering that he got 4 last year for the national team. He also, in the lead-up to the World Cup here in Qatar, scored some huge goals in Japan's qualification campaign, which didn't have the easiest of starts. He really helped get them back on track.
Done really well. They pushed the back line up there. That was a deliberate policy. Ruben Saluka was saying, we need to push up. They were a good 30 yards out. So when that is pushed over, that's really good. It's Suad who's the back man. So they're not just sitting back there trying to squeeze the space, Iraq. It's really good coaching, really effective, disciplined defensive play.
always made it out of the group stage. They've tested this competition. First qualified in 1996 as their 8th time here. They've not missed an edition since they first made it. So, build again from the back.
Sloppy that from Sugawara.
Yamino. Monaco. Fairly lovely part of the world in which to live and play your football. A few opportunities for Iraq to run forwards as Ito controls it well. Which he's done as Bayesh takes a little stumble. Minamino's ball is an excellent one. Didn't quite manage to reach Junya Ito, but the idea was very fine.
Again, I've got to admire the defending here. They made a mistake and instantly they were under pressure. When this cross comes in, look at the back post. Ito is there, but he can't get a clean header through because the defender is making a solid challenge. That's Al-Hajjaj.
Who scored twice against Vietnam. So that will be reset. Al-Qurai's unhappy. Well defended. Ito comes back into Taniguchi. Flipped over the goal scorer Hussein. Endo strikes. It's charged down by Franz Boutros. You cannot fault the work rate of Iraq.
Absolutely. As soon as that went up into the air, Boutros was out. The poor defender is in Thailand. He turns, that's the header that comes out and the volley from Endo would follow.
Dangerous spell of the game from Iraq's perspective, trying to hold on to that lead until half-time to feel psychologically terrific going into the locker room as the ball is not won back fairly. It's a yellow card to Junya Ito.
A really important contribution there for Ito. Illegal though it is, that's a yellow card he's got to take because there was a Ali Jassim available over on the far side. And there was a 2-on-1 if Yusuf Amin had been able to get there. Yellow for Ito, but he'll take that.
Discussion ahead of this tournament about his team being the favourites, and when you look at the quality of nations that are here at the AFC Asian Cup Qatar 2023, it is a great tribute, but it is perhaps a millstone around the neck to be branded favourites because there's expectation and pressure on Japan, and this is a very tough game for them at the moment.
First corner of the game. Some of the big boys will come through from the back. Suad will make his way up there. Hussein Ali will be in there. And Ayman Youssef, who's led the line, the number 18, he's an obvious target as well.
Ali Jassim, discussions with Amir Al-Amari. Levin Sulaka, wearing number 2, has come forwards. Also Also there is Franz Putros, who made that block from Endo's volley earlier on. There, the goal scorer to deal with Shogo Taniguchi. Options here for Iran. And a challenge for Suzuki, who gathers belatedly.
They work hard on those set plays to Iraq. They like to go for the flick of the near post, and always Ibrahim Bayesh tries to make his way around the far post. Just too much on the flick header. Suzuki's done well to hold on to it. Fascinating, fascinating.
Monita. Making a run through is Monita, calling for it to be played back to him. And the attack ends in disappointment for Junya Ito, who is convinced a corner kick should have been the decision.
That's the right call. It's come off him. You were quite right also to see Morita had made a great move just out to the 6-yard box. The extra man, the third man running into the penalty area, he was not tracked for once by an Iraqi midfielder. As we come into the final 5 minutes, maybe a couple of moments where Iraq have just got to keep their concentration completely focused.
The free kick and the foul by a frustrated-looking Japan. Kinari Sugawara. He's just 23. Only his 11th appearance for the national team.
Of derision as well when he did that foul. Iraq fans filling up the... Well, it's a much fuller stadium now than it was at the start. It's 45,000 capacity. I reckon there's at least 35,000 here.
We looked around, didn't we, Des, about 5 minutes before the broadcast began and said, well, it's not quite as full as we thought, and now it's made fools of us once again. It's absolutely jam-packed in here. Superb idea that was from Ibrahim Bayesh. I mean, dexterous play. The Germany-based player cut out by Junya Ito.
This is a Spanish coach. You normally expect ticky-tacky, but that's not what Iraq's strengths are. Their strengths are they've got a big target man and they can defend resiliently, and they're playing to those strengths. Got the looks of the Yunus Mahmoods about him, Yunus Ayman, doesn't he? What Iraq could give for another Yunus Mahmood.
Well, for Mahmood, good mood, because that's how Iraq will be feeling at the break, because they have been efficient. I think that's probably the greatest tribute you can pay to a football team when they're taking on a nation as favoured as Japan. Is just be efficient with the chances that you get and defend hard.
There's a few bobbles in that penalty area where Zion Suzuki was receiving the ball. Get your goalkeepers playing out, but that deep into your 6-yard box, you make even a quarter of a mistake and it could be a goal.
Just had a glimpse there of Takahiro Tomiyasu of Arsenal. Warming up, perhaps anticipating being brought into play in the second half. Nassim. And winning the ball back well. And that will be an Iraq throw to the delight of their fans and to the evident irritation of Takefusa Kubo. He's a young gentleman who absolutely loves playing for the national team. It means so much to him. I'm sure many of you remember the torrent of tears after Japan lost the bronze medal match at the Olympic Games in Tokyo. Kubo was distraught. There's been something of a history in Japan of sports people who've really endeared themselves, Paul Gascoigne-like, with great displays of emotion at the conclusion of a devastating defeat. Something that the public looked at with him and saw a young man who they realised cared an enormous amount. getting back quickly. Just for a moment or two, it seemed as though there was some space emerging for the lines of Mesopotamia.
Al Jassim once again just couldn't get the pass away. He's got some reorganising to do at half-time. There's been plenty to admire about Japan. It's just lacking maybe the real thrust to break down a very disciplined Iraqi defence.
Just refuses to yield and forces Suzuki into a calm claim at the near post, but very well played by Ibrahim Bayesh of Qua Al-Jawiya, the Air Force club in Baghdad.
See that though, Ayman was in Suzuki's face, just trying to upset the young fella, put him off his game a little bit. Suzuki raised his arm, he pushed him away. Got to be careful.
A scrutiny of the substitutes bench for Japan makes clear just how many positive options there are for Hajime Moriyasu. He's got some wonderful creative attacking players that he can bring on. Will he do it? We will discover. Not too long an amount of time because we've entered additional time.
Fuad with a thumping challenge there. He's been penalised, I think, for the follow-through. He's already on a yellow card. That's interesting to see. Coach Moriyasu saying, let's have a card for that as well.
5 additional minutes. Progress. The ball out to Ito in a crossing position. Indo keeping the attack alive, asking a lot of Sugawara. Will be Japan's ball. They fought very hard to keep possession there.
Ayman Youssef again. That's the centre forward doing that kind of hard work.
Space to monitor. Surely he'll go out to Ito. Well, Hiroki Ito was in a lot of space on the left wing. Iraq with a chance to counter with Ibrahim Bayesh. But easy in the end for Ko Itakura.
Itakura had to come a long way across then. He saw that early. Read the ball.
Against Ahmed Yahya. Ahmed Yahya has stood up really well to Junior Ito in this first half.
And the high fives amongst the two defenders. All for one, one for all.
Off the ball, really effective from Iraq. A neat piece of construction from the team in white. There haven't been many occasions when they've been able to cultivate a flowing attacking move. It's of no concern if they continue, hold on to leads at the break in play for Jesus Casas and his players. Absolutely, a job done well.
Job done supremely well so far. Another 45 to go. They'll have hands movement and width. Not been able to create anything of note in the last 15 minutes, Japan. Been able to get around the outside or through the back.
So much possession for Hiroki Ito in the first half. He tries to outwit the Iraqi defence, and Joel Hassan was very alert coming off his line to comfortably claim that ball. But Ito, I mean, he's barely had to do anything from a defensive standpoint. He's most of his time on the edge, really, of the Iraqi penalty area.
Yeah, you look at the scoreboard, Ollie, and it says Iraq leading by a goal to 0.
Stayed in play. Ahmed Yahya has only one real option. He's found an option. That is absolutely extraordinary play. Ayman Hussein has made it 2-0. Ahmed Yahya had one single target and he found that target. And now we can say that the man from the Air Force Club has made it lift off Iraq. They're 2-0 up at the break. Des, you think about all of the times that Japan have had option after option. There was only one option here. Has the ball stayed in play, though?
I'm sure VAR will check that, but that's brilliant play. But the work from Ayman to get to the far post, and there's only one winner. It's a delicious cross-in, stands in a big man, back post, old-fashioned centre-forward play. It's almost impossible to stop. He has been outstanding, Ayman, as well as the goals. His all-round contribution has been just wonderful in this first 45 minutes. And a genuine shock is on the cards, but it's a thoroughly merited one. Checking the goal. Did it go out of play? We had to wait for the first goal. After a long wait it came through, but did the ball go out of play?
The decision has been reached now, and the goal has been confirmed. That ball stayed in play. Ahmed Yahya used every last lick of paint on the line to keep that in play, and Iraq thumping Japan with an early goal and a late goal in this first half. Agony of Doha, this one's excruciating at the moment for the Japanese.
Well, once again, two sides to every story. This is just wonderful for Iraq. Ayman Hussein, 2 goals for him, a little bit physical coming in there from Al-Amari.
Well, he was indicating some concern there. Ayman Hussein pointed to the area that already is protected and taking on his upper leg. So we'll have to see what that means at the start of the second half. He's moving quite awkwardly as he comes back to defend. They'll have to hold on for the next seconds or so to deal with this corner kick. He looks in trouble, the goal scorer. He seemed to indicate he's in trouble. Powerful leap, but too powerful. A definite foul by Wakaruendo. And we are at the conclusion of an utterly extraordinary, almost baffling first half, because Japan have completely and utterly controlled this game, except for the fact that they are 2 goals down. Iraq have played superbly. The defensive work is the lion's share of the story, but the finishing of Ayman Hussein has put them into total control of this match coming up to half-time. That said, there's the caveat. There is still some way to go, but what a start. What an absolutely enthralling meeting this is of the AFC Asian Cup Qatar 2023 between Iraq and Japan. If you didn't see the first half of this one, we'll attempt to summarise it in a moment, but it may take the entire 45 minutes of the second, because it's been extraordinary. Now, there are a couple of changes being made. Mohamed Ali, wearing number 10, is coming on for Iraq, the 23-year-old who came through the Amo Baba school, product of that great youth academy. And we have also coming on for Japan, Takahiro Tomiyasu. So Shogo Taniguchi is the player who has been replaced. Half of the Japanese defence. Arsenal's Tomiyasu coming on for his 38th cap for the Samurai Blue. And young Mohammad Ali. Also going to be joined by Mechasdowski, based in the Czech Republic. So 2 changes, and unsurprisingly, Ahmed Hussein, the scorer of both of the goals, has been withdrawn. He was indicating injury trouble, and that injury trouble has led to him quite sensibly being withdrawn by Jesus Casas. So all of that means much has changed. The second half has begun at the Education City Stadium. Iraq and Japan in the AFC Asian Cup Qatar 2023. 2 goals from Ayman Hussein, who has now been withdrawn due to some pre-existing and aggravated injury troubles. His contribution, though, absolutely immense. On for Japan, Takahiro Tomiyasu. We have Mohammad Ali and Mechasdowski now playing for Iraq. Des Corkle sits alongside me. Des, sum that up in an hour and a half or less, if you could. What a first half.
Well, it was fabulous, resilient defensive play by Iraq right the way through, incredibly disciplined, went with the runners, didn't allow Japan's slick football to penetrate them at any time, and then they scored early and late in the half with Ayman Hussein at the far post on both occasions after really good wing play, firstly from youngster Jassim Ali and then from Ahmed Yahya. Kept the ball in play and ran a good 40 metres across it. Japan have got to get a little bit more penetration. I'm not writing them off in this game, though. I think obviously the next goal is crucial. But Iraq, if they can maintain the discipline that they showed in the first half, it would be an extraordinary achievement.
It is sometimes said in association football that 2-0 is a more dangerous lead to have than 1-0. It is, of course, statistical nonsense, because the vast majority of 2-0 leads turn out to be victories. So a great task is now facing Japan. They have absolutely dominated possession, but what they have lacked is something all too painfully familiar for a lot of fans of the Japanese national team, which is that end product. Over the years it has been an issue for Japan since the glorious days of King Kazuyoshi Miura himself, the second highest scorer ever for the national team.
But not this year, though. They've scored goals for fun, and that's what makes this a little bit of an outlier in many ways. Yeah, we mentioned Germany for, Peru for, Turkey for. Both of qualifiers just before the end of last year. Goals were all there as well. That makes this performance by Iraq doubly impressive.
Here is the substitute, Takahiro Tomiyasu, of the lovely city of Fukuoka in Kyushu Island. A city that hosted last year's World Aquatics Championships, which will be in Qatar, the next edition of the World Aquatics Championships, starting around the same time as this tournament, as Doha continues to establish its reputation as one of the sporting cities of the world.
More games like this, more upsets like this, will continue to be. And of course, in the last FIFA World Cup, producing a remarkable upset in beating Germany and Spain.
This was the stadium at the World Cup in Qatar that hosted that famous round of 16 win for Morocco over the Spaniards. So, something in the air when it comes to upsets in this place, perhaps.
Went with his man, Mehmet Sulaka.
Pressurised, Suzuki calm.
Mohammad Ali doesn't have the same presence as Ayman Hussein. He'll work very, very hard.
just one goal away from 24. The lines of Mesopotamia, Muhammad Ali, the gentleman he's replaced, has scored his 19th and 20th goals for the national team. Give Iraq that 2-goal advantage. Vietnam and Indonesia, the other teams in this group, we've had almost no chance to talk about them, so engrossing has been what's happened in this match. Just to clarify for all of you, this is a 24-strong competition with 16 going through to the knockout stage. Does well to recover the ball there, Kubo, after a slightly wayward touch, but I was about to say it's been one back, but it's been one back via an infringement from Ahmed Yahya.
He has been peripheral, Kubo, but he's been under pressure every time he's been on the ball. It does look like Yahya's got the ball first, but a free kick for push on the base of the back. This is where you want your goalkeeper to be commanding. Big space between the defensive line and him.
That was Kubo's delivery. Once again dealt with as an ambitious volley is struck by Hiroki Ito, who did score for the national team against Peru in June of last year.
Difficult, it's coming onto it. Talk about it forever if it hits the back of the net.
Day so far, Ahmed Yahya. Only a 5th appearance for the national team. Spent his whole career playing in Iraq. This is, at the moment, his first spell in Baghdad, where he's playing for Al Shorta. Otherwise, he's been in his home region of Basra for the entirety of his senior career.
And Ito's pace in the first half. Trickery of Kubo.
Kubo has gone behind for a Japan corner. Struck Amir Al-Amari.
Man-to-man for Iraq. Couple of men marking the near post, and you're looking for your goalkeeper to be very decisive.
Kubo's corner kick. It's not to go beyond the first Iraqi defender who forced a Japanese touch. It was Inamasa Morita, who could do nothing more than steer it back from whence it came.
That's the second time they've tried that near post corner. Morita runs strong just inside the post to the front of the 6-yard box, tries to get a flick through. Second time it hasn't come off either. Sensible not trying to play out from the back against Japan.
There have been too many occasions where Iraq have had space in the midfield, but what a splendid ball through that was for Yusuf Amin. The attack goes on with a substitute, Muhammad Ali. Iraq from the bench and from the stands calling for a review of this ball forward. Let's have a look at it again.
Looks like it's the handball from Amin when the ball is on the floor. Suzuki is a little bit reluctant to come out. Is there a challenge from the side? That will be looked at. Oh, Yusuf has pushed the ball away. There's a hand from him, but there is a challenge from the side. Yusuf Amin, they want to protect the ball. The appeals came predominantly from the sideline, not from the players. Lovely ball. Great vision. Suzuki, having been reluctant to come out and make the initial save, does well to get a hand to it. Result, the trainers, VAR have not said there's going to be a check. Oh, let off for Japan.
There certainly was a nervous reaction from Yukinari Sugawara, who jumped straight up and waggled his finger at the referee, which can often be the sign of somebody who's rather worried about what they've just done, but nothing of any drama for the Japanese, who've had enough drama in this match from their perspective. Now, what can they create down the left wing? Junya Ito, beautiful! Oh, that's an incredible penalty! It's a penalty kick. I thought the challenge was a successful one, but it's a penalty kick. The intervention did not work. And Takuma Asano looks in an enormous amount of pain after that challenge.
This is going to be interesting because you can see Hussein Ali is trying to get the interception in. Asano is there and he gets the ball, but I suspect he's come through the back of the man to get there. So he's just taken the man. Asano doesn't go for the ball. It's on the side of the thigh. I think that we've seen them given for that. Asano had a tap in otherwise.
Well, it is being reviewed at the moment. And it was Rebin Sulaka who intervened. And the referee, Khalid Al-Qurais, has been instructed by Khamis Mohammed Khaled Al-Waish to come over and scrutinise this further on the monitor. They're investigating clearly whether Rebin Sulaka has won this cleanly, and whether he's brought down Takuma Asano.
He's got the ball cleanly, but it looks like he's just taken the thigh first. It's very, very tight. You really want Asano to be diving in to get a touch there. Sulaka has come in. It's again a tackle from the side.
Decision has been reached by Khalid Al-Qurais, and it has been overturned. It is not a penalty kick, and that means it was an absolutely stunning intervention from Rebin Sulaka, the Sweden-based player, denying Takuma Asano. And it turns out, in the eyes of all of the officials, that was a pitch-perfect piece of defending. And he disagrees. The wryest of smiles for Hajime Kobayashi.
Well, what more can go wrong for Japan today? You still want Asano to be so much more brave going into them.
Moves from Zion Suzuki. Is this one of those days when nothing will go right for the Japanese national team? To see yet another substitution by the looks of things for him. We'll come back to that in just a moment or two. As Endo tries to break through stubbornly through this Iraqi midfield and wins the free kick.
The only consolation for Japan, if things do go wrong here, is that they won't be eliminated automatically. They've still got another chance against Indonesia to secure the 6 points, which will probably be enough to go through. Indonesia, I'm sure, will have something to say about that.
Monitor goes out wide. Junya Ito, well defended again by that gentleman, Rebin Sulaka, who spent a couple of years playing in Qatar for 3 different clubs. Only made his return to international football in August of last year, having retired from representing the Lions of Mesopotamia 18 months before that. Boy, are they glad to have him back. 1 hour mark of the contest as Japan has a comfortable task for Jalal Hassan through court. Takura's header.
Their first shot on target for Japan. That's how good the Iraqi rearguard has been. Before the game, that this was going to be awkward for Japan. So Iraq have that physicality about them. They've got a confidence about them.
Sama managed to stay on side. All their material in the end. Suddenly, Rebin Sulaka is about 3 feet taller than he was 15 minutes ago. Incredible. Now, the expected changes for Japan. Ritsu Doan and Ayase Ueda will come. I'm also going to see Osama Rashid for Iraq. And Franz Kutros is the player that they are withdrawing. So the 32-year-old Osama Rashid on, and now we see Ritsu Doan as Takuma Asano and Takusa Kubo are replaced. So in Ritsu Doan they've got somebody who has that creative ability, and in Ayase Ueda wearing number 9, somebody who scored almost a goal every 2 games for the national team, 8 in 20. And this is Ayase Ueda's big chance. He scored against Vietnam. Dares now he can take this game by the scruff of the neck, shall we say.
Japan need him to. Simple as that. Again, that's the slight consolation. It's not automatic elimination, but the bubble of superiority that everyone's been talking about surrounding Japan might just be punctured if they were to lose here. But it's a long way to go.
Ito to another Ito. Nearly to Ueda. Doan trying to get a touch in. The 2 Itos combining down the left wing. That move made to put Junya Ito on the same flank as Hiroki Ito in the second half might be yielding more positive outcomes for Hajime Moriyasu's team. Doan touches it to Minamino. Ritsu Doan's shot is blocked.
Sulaka with the block. Outstanding.
All the way through for Ueda. Takura. 1 goal for Japan, and the whole atmosphere, the mood will transform, but at the moment Jalal Hassan has not been unduly troubled.
Sulaka's challenge when this chance comes on the edge of the penalty area. It's nicely worked. What a lovely pullback that is. Fancy from Minamino. Obviously that's the glory bit, but the tackle from Rebin Sulaka, as important as the one that was the penalty that wasn't given.
Virtually all of the ball has been with Japan, none of the goals. Ayman Hussein in the 5th minute and in first half additional time. 2 very good finishes. Sus Casas. His early coaching job with Cadiz in the Spanish lower leagues, including looking after their reserve team. He must be thrilled with how his players have performed today.
Really good 15 months with them. Winning little trophies does wonders for confidence.
Only 3 losses in 16 games.
Winning the Gulf Cup, a little trophy there. I don't mean that. It's just not the Asian Cup.
It's a great confidence build, as you were saying in the first half, and we can see that flourishing confidence in Goa of Freiburg in Germany. Namino, Doan drifts into some space. Clever move there from Doan. He's getting a lot of space at the moment. Doan, that's going to be a free kick. Namino brought down.
He's looked very busy, Doan, since he came on, drifting into the space. What Iraq have been so good at defending. There's Namino was fouled. Iraq with another change, and it's a defensive one.
This is one of the changes that we were speaking about right before the start of the match, the likelihood of Ali Adnan coming on if defensive stability is needed. Youssef Amin, this exciting young player, in just his 4th appearance for the national team, departs. And on comes a man who's getting close to 100 caps, who is playing at his 3rd AFC Asian Cup, Ali Adnan of Mes Rafsanjan in Iran, born in Baghdad. His father, Adnan, was a youth international. His late uncle, Ali Khatib, scored 8 goals in AFC Asian Cup qualification in the 1970s, so a great family tradition. The Adnan family.
Hassan trusting his wall slightly to the right of his goal. There's a big space to his left.
Mitsu Doan over the top. He certainly breathed life into Japan's attack, though.
Big men, difficult to get it up and down. Mr. Messi can do that. Many others.
Wants things to be a little less messy. Jesus Casas being very clear in his instructions to the Iraqi players to hold the shape.
Shape has been absolutely magnificent throughout. The discipline, the covering. Very few spaces for Japan's runners from midfield to run into.
Another challenging piece of play, another opportunistic moment, and nearly a splendid goal from Mohamed Ali, who did really all of that by himself. A difficult ball to bring down, and he very nearly had the 3rd.
Ayman Hussein was really difficult for Japan to deal with in the first half, and Mohamed Ali has come on, he's run across the line, challenges the centre-backs for the balls. The front men have been so important for Iraq here. They've got to 5 at the back now, Iraq, with that change. Japan break down 4 at the back, 5 will be even more difficult.
Run was spotted, and there will be potential for Iraq to produce some judicious counter-attacking play.
Yahya was on the move again there, wasn't he? There's the earlier effort for Mohamed Ali. Dame Suzuki isn't sure about where that's going. That angle shows you exactly how close it was. Yes, indeed. 30-70 the possessional stats, but more attempts, serious attempts on target by Iraq.
Experience of Ali Adnan likely to be very important now for Iraq. Now this pressure will come. Maybe Zen Maeda might feature for the Japanese as the game goes on. pass. Find Ritsudoan. This is compact and obstinate from the team in white. Effective. Nawara. Helped out by Tomiyasu. A chance for a pullback. Minamino. Another splendid piece of defensive work from Iraq.
They've got the three centre-backs, three sentries on duty. They get past Salaka. They find that the next man is in place, ready to make the clearance.
So many corner kicks for Japan. Change here, though. It's the substitute Doan to deliver it. It's still just about Japan's ball, but going to have to build up once again. Time is starting to look unpleasant for the team in blue. AFC Asian Cup champions, just providing a little reminder to everyone that's watching this great tournament, that's talking about his team, that's talking about Iran and the Republic of Korea, the host nation Qatar, that they know how to win this title, they know how to lift this trophy. They are a very difficult side to beat.
Regularly making quarterfinals in this competition.